Get some background music going. Non-copyright. Let's just listen to another StarCraft soundtrack. Like blowing out. Oh, desktop audio is off. Probably not that bad. Hello? Hello, hello? Hello? Hello, hello? Microphone off. Hello? Hello, hello? Testing one. Audio test. Hello, hello, hello. Screws up. Hello, hello, hello. That's, I don't know. Not very good. Yeah, whatever. Sure.
Quick Sonic Odyssey. Yo 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 yo.
No, it's not too bad. look. I'm gonna move this one. Fall off.
Hopefully the music's not too loud and annoying in the microphone. Looks like it's kind of loud. Picking it up quite a bit. Over here.
better? You know, I can test this on TV. What's wrong with this? No, no, no. No, no, no. That's fine. It's fine. Hello. This is mirrored. I don't want it to be mirrored. Do I transform? Flip horizontal? Yeah, there we go. It's not mirrored anymore. Which means if I put some text up to here, it should look correct, right? Yeah. The way cameras are supposed to work. Bacon. Should have.
One slice of bread.
See it?
One slice of bread. Came in good.
Bacon smells good. Well, I don't want to cook it too hot.
So while that bacon's cooking, actually, you know what? Maybe later. Or maybe I just talk about it right now. So this is the game I'm going to try to make on the computer. I don't know if you can see that. So basically, it's a hex grid, like you'd see on any kind of board game. And it's going to be a video game. And the idea is that it's basically like real time. It's kind of like a real-time tactics game. At least that's the starting concept that I'm going to try to prototype. And player versus player. And where it's at right now is basically everyone's on kind of like the same server, like heartbeat, like server tick heartbeat. And so everyone makes their next move decision at the same time. And then whenever the heartbeat happens, that's when it kind of locks in their decision. And then the server takes all the information from the clients, resolves everything, and then sends back a response. And everyone's games update with what happened. So it takes basically everyone has like 3 seconds to make a decision about what they want to do with their character. All those decisions get resolved simultaneously, and then everyone gets a response, around the same time, and they have like another 3 seconds to submit another move to the server. And so that's like the game's basically just on like a slow heartbeat. So instead of people taking turns, they're making their decisions at the same time. It's just you can really only make like one or two choices, or no choices, every 3 seconds. So it's like a very slow motion, real time game, like tactics game.
It's the bacon.
And the reason I'm designing it like that is because I think that will make it possible for many players to play in the same game together. I mean, I don't know that that's the case, because I'm not like an experienced back-end server programmer. But it seems like that would be a design that could handle many players basically interacting in the same game without being too stressful on the server, and without being too difficult for the clients to keep up with what's happening in the game. Because the goal is to make this a 128 player battle royale with squads, 1 to 4 player squads, cross-platform, mobile and desktop. That's the end goal. But obviously, the gameplay itself has to be fun still. So I'm not sure if my design is actually going to be fun to play. But that's what the prototype is for. For example, like, people might not like the fact that, everybody essentially moves at the same speed or attacks at the same speed. They might not like, having to think about all these things that just happened simultaneously as a result of the last server update, I don't know. But there's ways, but I can probably tweak it so that, there's options, like, for example, I can make it so, players can't move every tick. They can only move, like, certain players can move every 3 ticks, and other players can move every 2 ticks. That would kind of slow things down a little bit, even more, and give everybody time to react to what they see happening. I think what I'll find is that I'm trying to make a real-time game be in slow motion without it being frustrating to play because it's slowed down so much. I think that's what I'm trying to do. I don't know if it's possible. But as of now, the design is everybody can either move and turn, because you know there's 6 sides to a hexagon, and your character is always facing one side. And it matters which direction you're facing, because I'm going to have a line of sight system where you can basically target somebody who is within your line of sight, but your line of sight is limited to basically the 3 sides of the hexagon that you're facing. The one you're facing and the sides directly to the left and right are what determine your field of view. So rotating your character matters, as well as what tile he's actually on. So I've designed it. The current design is you can either attack and then rotate to any side. You can not attack at all and rotate. You can attack and not rotate. So you can attack and or rotate. You can move, or you can move and or rotate in one server tick. So you can attack, be like, for example, this guy, right? These guys are sharing a border here, and he's facing him, essentially. So this guy can attack, and if he wants, he can change what way he's facing after he attacks. And then on the next turn, his line of sight, his field of view, has changed. Or he can say, I don't want to attack, I want to move. Let me go to this tile, and then after I move there, I want to be facing, whichever direction. So those are basically the 2 actions you can take, like every 3 seconds. Now there's also going to be casted abilities. So like this guy, he's like a spellcaster or whatever, or an archer. Everybody's going to have cast time abilities probably. And they'll also have auto attacks, based, attacks that they can use every turn that don't cost like any mana or anything to do. So if this guy's a caster and he wants to cast a spell or ranged attack or something, it might require 3 server ticks to cast it. So he can start casting it on 1 server tick. He's casting the spell. Everybody sees that he's begun casting that spell. Now, the spell might take 2 server ticks. It might take 3 server ticks. It might take 4 server ticks. If it takes one server tick, I guess. Well, if it takes 0 server ticks, then it's an instant cast. If it takes 1 server tick, then it's like the shortest cast time you can have. If it takes 2 server ticks, it's a little bit longer. And players can see, you know, where other players are at in the course of a spell cast. And when someone's casting, doing a multi-tick cast, I call it, he can rotate his character. He can't move tiles without stopping the spell cast, but he can rotate. But it's a limited rotate. You can only rotate left or right one side, one hexagon side every tick. And what that accomplishes is, if you want to hit somebody with a spell, they have to be in your field of view when you start casting it. That's all that accomplishes. Assuming we don't let people move more than one hexagon per tick, which will probably be the case for most characters. Oh no, my bacon! My bacon's like super fucking crispy. I'll still eat it. Looks okay. Forgot to put any butter in here. You don't really need it with bacon. Well, the bacon's done. Time for some eggs. Probably. Oh, this is way too hot. So another something you might be wondering is, okay, well, if you're, oh, now we're on the World of Warcraft soundtrack. Oh no, this is still StarCraft. You know what? Let's listen to Diablo 2. Or maybe, I don't know, Morrowind? So you might ask, Jared, if this is a simultaneous turn game and players are choosing where they want to move at the same time, what if two players want to move to the same spot? How do you decide, who's going to occupy it after the server tick? Well, I thought about that a little bit. And basically it's just random. It's just going to be a coin toss who successfully moves to the empty spot. Now, I did devise a sort of a movement system where, like, the longer you don't move from a spot, you build up like these movement points, maybe like maximum 4. And then like every time you move a spot, it goes down 1. So it's kind of like a stamina or like a speed. If you're at 0, speed points, you can still move. It doesn't prevent you from attempting a move. But if you try to move to a spot that someone else with higher like speed points also attempts to move to, the guy with the higher points gets it every time. So there is kind of a way of predicting who will, you'll at least know when you're guaranteed to take a spot that another guy might also want to take sometimes. That could be a good system, I think. I think that's gonna go into the prototype. You have 0 to 4 speed points. Every time you move, it goes down 1, down to 0, and every time you skip movement on a turn, it goes up to maximum of 4. Rotating does not use any of those points. Let's see, what else? These eggs. Put my toast in. Didn't break the yolks. Woohoo! Take this bacon out of here. It's like ultra crispy bacon. It's fine. Oh, Jesus, my phone. I dropped my phone today. Cracked it. It's a bummer. Is there anyone out there? Anyone that cares about what I'm talking about? Oh no, the eggs. That yolk is a little cracked or whatever. I botched this breakfast session. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a little bit of mild cheddar. Toss it on the pan for like 1 second. Take it off the pan, flip it over for another second. Take it off the pan again. Put it on an egg. Then I'm going to take another slice of mild cheddar. It's like really brittle cheese for some reason. Come on. Give me a slice. Toss it on a pan for 1 second. Flip it over. 1 second. Take it out of the pan. Put it on an egg. Toast is done. Butter the toast. Get nice and buttery. There you have it. Cut this in half. Boom. My fork there. Find a cup here that was not used. All right. Look at that. Bacon's a little well done, like I said. Cheese bacon here. Mm-mm-mm. Yummy. Oh. That's good. Bacon's just like straight up pitch black. Ugh. So good. Orange juice. So yeah, the reason I'm even trying to make this game is because I know Chat GPT can help, or I know I can do it by myself with Chat GPT's help. Even though I have 0 game development experience, I could probably do it pretty quick. It's just a matter of, you know, is this design I have in mind like valid at all? And is there, you know, potential? Because if you can create like a player versus player BR that players can play on mobile or desktop that has like 128 players in it, that alone is gonna get people's attention. But if it's also fun to play, you know, you could have a real hit. That's the goal. I gotta get this prototype made that just allows me to see how the, you know, the core simultaneous turn, like 3-second server tick design actually feels when you're playing the game. Because if it doesn't feel good, I don't know if I'll keep trying to build the game, you know? So I gotta get to that point. I think that's probably what I'll transition to here in a bit after I eat breakfast. Sit down at my computer, fire up ChatGPT, start trying to implement the few rules I just talked about. That's the first step. See if the core gameplay is, at all viable. I think it is. The thing with a turn-based game is that usually you have a lot of time to think about a lot of decisions. And your opponent either sees you make those decisions in real time, or he sees the result of them all at once. But then he knows exactly what the situation is that he needs to respond to, typically in a turn-based game. And there's not many surprises when he completes his turn. He knows exactly what every decision he is making on his turn is going to do. And then he does those things, and then his opponent responds. Hearthstone is a simultaneous turn-based game. Pretty much. And it's been a huge success. Hearthstone Battlegrounds, I mean. And it's an eight player battle royale, basically. Don't get me wrong, I don't think Hearthstone Battlegrounds is a perfect game. I mean, it's fun. But I think it's kind of silly the way some of these games, the way a Hearthstone Battlegrounds game might end up looking like. Because your characters just like scale off the charts, and I don't know. You're not really playing against other players as much as you are seeing how strong you can make your build that game. There's not a lot of reacting to other players' decisions in Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Like, you might see the result of your opponent's choices, 10 times that game. And each time it's a different opponent, and it's like one whose decisions, whose board state you might not have seen for several turns. But anyway, I think Hearthstone Battlegrounds is a good example of the simultaneous turn battle royale, player versus player concept in action. It was just done for a card game, which in my opinion is better kept as a 1v1 turn-based experience, because card games are supposed to be complex in terms of what one player does with their turn. Like Magic the Gathering, or, you know, what Hearthstone originally was, other games, trading card games, you know. When you try to start adding more than 2 players to a card game, I think it gets a little too complex to be fun. I mean, people like playing Commander with 3 or 4 players, Magic the Gathering Commander, but you know, it's not competitive. Battle royales in the video game industry have been successful at feeling competitive. Games like PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, Apex Legends, Call of Duty Warzone, Fortnite. Competitive gamers are, you know, drawn to those games, and they like them. And people like to watch tournaments. And I've come up with some other cool ideas for this game. For example, I mentioned that I want it to be a 1 to 4 player squad based battle royale, meaning that you can either play solo, you know, like a traditional classic battle royale, or you can be in a squad, which probably to a lot of people are like, well, that's stupid. You'll just always die when you're solo. And I do want to make it more difficult for the solo player to win. Because That just sounds fun to me. I've always enjoyed beating people at video games with a while having a disadvantage or a handicap. I think it's cool. It's it's just fun to say, hey, look, we both know that you guys had the advantage, but I still won. However, I do want to balance it a little bit. And to accomplish that, I've devised a system. Well, I don't know if I devised it, but basically it's like how Warhammer works. In Warhammer, I never played Warhammer, but I tried to play Mage Knights a long time ago, which used the same system where players have an army point total that they're working with, and they can take units of varying power levels and form their armies with those units. And as long as their collective power levels don't, exceed some limit that both players have, then it's a valid army. So, for the first iteration of this game, I decided to have 10 classes, each with a power level between 1 and 8. So you have 3 power level 8 classes. Those are the solo classes: Ranger, Barbarian, Wizard. But then you have 7 more units that you can use to form a squad of more than one player. So you have the Knight, who's 7, the Monk 6, Thief 5, Warrior 4, Archer 3, Footman 2, and Squire 1. So those are the power levels of these different units. And you can combine any combination of these units to form a squad of power level 8 or less. So, for example, if you wanted to play, with your little sister in a squad of 2, you could play as the Knight, and she could play as the Squire. And your character would be, the more important, more powerful squad member. But your teammate who's playing the Squire, still gets to participate and, have a significant impact on, say, for example, this guy's the Knight and this little goblin's just Squire, right? And then maybe this guy is the Ranger. So he's got power level 8. He's got power level 7. But this guy has a teammate who's power level 1. So probably this guy's still at a disadvantage, because it's 1v2. But he does have a little bit of a sort of a inherent advantage, or power advantage with all of his attacks and shit. So imagine you have a 128 player battle royale. And it's just one game type. There's no split like game types where everyone's playing on like different modes, you know? So I'm excited about that concept in a BR. Because I always thought it was stupid that I couldn't like queue solo for the BR and still have it like, be interesting, like going up against teams, going up against other solos. Yeah. Now, let's talk abilities. So for abilities, I'm thinking each class has 20 abilities. Max, maybe less for some classes. Some of the simpler classes. And from a UI perspective, you have 5 like ability slots. Sort of similar to Diablo 3 or Diablo 4. I think you had 6 ability slots in that game. So you'll have 5 like ability slots that you can set to one of the 20 abilities. And I'm thinking, you select an ability to use, or you select the slot to swap to change what is currently in that slot. So like, you imagine you have your 5 abilities on your action bar. You select one to swap, and like, similar to Diablo 2, you have like 3 options that come up above it for you to swap to quickly. And I think that would work good on mobile and desktop. It'd work good on mobile, and it wouldn't look too shitty on desktop. And then obviously some abilities will be instant cast time, so you can use them with basically for the next server tick. And some of them will take more than 1 tick to cast. And then some of them will probably be like channel abilities. I'm thinking that players will have an auto attack, essentially. Just an attack that doesn't cost any energy to use. but it does uses the global cooldown, I think. I'm not super familiar with like games like games like World of Warcraft, but I know that there's certain abilities that are like instant cast time that don't affect your auto attack, and then some abilities that essentially take the place of your next auto attack. Like the melee classes, if I recall, had a lot of abilities that enhanced their next auto attack. And then the spellcasters had a lot of abilities that could be cast instant time and just had no effect on their auto attack. So I guess that's two different types of abilities there. Have to think about it. I think to start with, we'll just give everybody a basic attack ability that can be used at no energy cost. And then all the instant speed abilities will just take the place of that basic attack. I think that's a good starting point. I'll build the prototype and just give everybody to start with. I'll try to build a prototype with, I guess, four units. The player that I'm controlling, and then have the other three be bots. And I'll just test out the movement system, the movement/turning system, and I'll just have one attack for each unit that costs energy. I'll give everybody 20 health and 10 energy, I guess. Maybe the attack costs 2 energy to use. And you regenerate. We'll make the attack cost 3 energy, and you regenerate 1 energy per server tick. And then we'll have that speed system in place for 4 speed points that you can stack, essentially, that really just tie break simultaneous movement conflicts. And then as far as moving, attempting to move to a spot where a character already is, I don't think I want to make that possible. So if this guy was completely surrounded, he had no empty tiles that he was bordered with, then he'd have no valid move attempts available. Yeah. And the reason I made that decision is because, I don't know, if you make it possible for players to potentially immediately take the spot of another player on the next server tick, I think it might get a little confusing as to like what the hell you're seeing. Like, say for example, these 4 guys all tried to move to each other's spots. In the next server tick, all of a sudden everyone's like shifted around like that. And just kind of like, I don't know. Or like, what if these 2 guys try to move onto each other's spots? Do you swap? Do you let them swap? I don't think so. I think it would be better and like easier to think about as a player if units could only potentially move onto empty spots. So if this guy wants to move this goblin guy wants to move to where the bald dwarf is, the bald dwarf has to let the spot be empty for a turn. And then the goblin guy can go, okay, that spot's open, let me try to move there. I don't know if that's the better design, but it feels like it. And we'll have the system of attack and turn or move and turn, and we'll have the line of sight system where you can only hit players who are in one of the 3. If we're talking melee for the prototype, everyone's going to be melee. So line of sight will just be restricted to the 3 of the 6 tiles that you're in proximity with, unless you get to the edge of the map and you're facing the wrong direction. Yeah, you'll be able to move and turn, you'll be able to attack and then turn. And I think it's important to resolve attacks before movements, including rotations, because we're restricting what players can attack based on what direction they're facing. So it's just simpler if we tell them to, decide on an attack and then decide on a rotate optionally. instead of saying, okay, you can rotate any which way and attack, and then do an attack. It makes it more predictable for the other players too what you're going to do when you have it be like that, because you know it's a lot more important for the other players to be able to predict what you might attack, where you might attack, as opposed to what direction you'll be facing after the server tick. Like, this guy's behind this dwarf, and he's deciding on an attack or a move or whatever. He should be able to expect that he is out of range of this dwarf for at least the next turn. He knows he's not gonna get hit by anything from this guy, because he's not in his line of sight, at least for one server tick. So yeah, I guess 20 energy, 12 energy, 20 health. We'll create a board. We'll need like some kind of clock countdown. We'll need players to be able to make movement and rotation selections, as well as to cancel them. And we'll need to let them be able to set an attack on a target, but also cancel that, an attack and or a rotate. Be able to cancel that, just have a rotate, be able to cancel that and do nothing. So an attack and a rotate, just a rotate, a move, and a move and a rotate are all the things that players will be able to do or not do every 3 seconds. And they'll be able to switch between. They can only choose one of those things. And they can undo those decisions. If a player decides to rotate a certain direction, he doesn't have to cancel that decision to do an attack. If a player decides to move, I think when a player decides to move, he'll also have to decide what direction he's facing. Maybe by making another click. I'm gonna need 6 different icons for these players. I think to begin with, I'll just have a very simple icon. Maybe it just says like player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. But the important thing is that it'll show what direction the player's facing, and it will show the current stats on the tile. And it will show, yeah, it will show the stats. And the stats are just going to be health, energy, speed points, and that's it. And then the tile, and then beyond that, the tile will just show what direction they're currently facing. Yeah, so I should only need 6 different tiles with I guess like one of the sides maybe will be like highlighted to show what direction the unit is currently facing. But maybe I can like code that somehow to be displayed instead of having 6 different assets that I switch between programmatically. That seems to be the way people handle like unit player unit like visualizations and 2D games. Like they have a single asset that they swap between programmatically, and it makes it look animated, and also helps you understand what direction the guy is facing. So I might need multiple assets, or for the first iteration, maybe I can programmatically display what direction the unit's facing. Not worried about any kind of animation at the moment. Just want to test the gameplay. Okay. Yeah. I think I understand everything that I want to test. I'll have a 3-second server tick. Just choices are locked in at that time. I'm a little concerned about programming the bots. I have no experience with programming game playing AI, like, do I just say, move to a random spot every turn, or move toward a player every turn. Try to move closer to a player every turn. I wanted to avoid adding any kind of RNG besides the RNG that I talked about with moving. Because when you start adding RNG, it just makes it more of like a guessing game and like a like a gambling game than a strategy game. But I think maybe a little bit of RNG is important. But maybe not. I would prefer not to have RNG be like a big part of this game. I would prefer that players, can rely on their abilities doing what the ability says it will do, every time they try to use it. But I think when you add RNG to a game, I don't want to say it's a cop-out, but it helps with mixing up the gameplay. Like if I program these bots just to approach each other and attack, they're just gonna, whoever gets to the other guy first, like whoever gets the first hit is gonna be the victor, because there's no RNG. And that's not very exciting. I think when I start adding more abilities and stuff like that, and players have a bunch of players making a bunch of different, maybe bad decisions, maybe good decisions, then the gameplay will get more interesting without needing any kind of RNG mechanic. But maybe just to kind of, for the prototype, to kind of make it look somewhat similar to how the game might look further down the road, I'll program the bots to, do things somewhat randomly. Alrighty, let's get started. Let's fire up ChatGPT 4.0. Storms are coming. Set up super tangled. It's tangled up. Ah! Uh-oh. Lost camera functionality.
Droid cam.
Here we go. It's weird. This one's fine. Pouring rain. You know, I was thinking, should I try to like keep my video game idea like secret? You know, in case it's like this great design. You know, someone steals it. But I prefer just to not care about that. I'd rather just I'd rather find other people who are interested in the idea. Who might, you know, be able to help.
Assuming it's even a good idea in the first place, right? That's it.
Prototypes for. What the prototypes for. We're going to work on right now.
Maybe I can zoom in a little bit. So I use this program called Scapple. It's pretty cool. This is where all the current design concepts are kept. Kind of always changing. Yeah, here's the really the Jesus. here's like the current core design. May either move and or rotate, attack and or rotate, progress a spell's progress, and optionally limited rotate. Actions resolve in this order. I didn't talk about that at all. Ability speeds. So, obviously I don't want players to not be able to tell what is going on because there's too much stuff happening simultaneously. And also, there might be issues with, well, how do I resolve these two conflicting effects that players are trying to have happen on, themselves or other players in one instant. One server tick update. So I thought maybe a good system would be to have every ability have like a speed between like 1 and 6 basically. And then just the slower abilities resolve after the faster abilities. And when I'm designing the abilities, I'll just try to make it so abilities with the same speeds don't ever conflict. And then also when, the server responds with the updated game state, every 3 seconds, and all the clients get the update. Obviously, that's when I want to show these animations that help the player understand what is happening in the game. And the more the different, having different speeds and having things resolve basically in like a predictable order I think will allow me to stagger the animations in such a way that makes it so people can understand what is happening. We don't want to make it take too long, so a lot of stuff will happen simultaneously in the same instant. But hopefully there won't be a lot of abilities with the same speeds being cast and used every turn. And even then, we could maybe stagger those a little bit. Here's an example of the line of sight system I was talking about. Players can basically see the 3 tiles that are in front of them. So this guy, if he had a ranged ability, he could target anything in front of him this way. or this way. And then all the tiles within his view. Same thing with over here, over here. The player occupies the side random, the other player remains the spot they are on. Players must select unoccupied tiles. If a player wants to occupy a spot another player is on, he must wait until it is empty to attempt to move to it. Players accumulate speed points up to 4. When they move, speed point reduced by 1. Players try to move to the same tile. Player with more speed points will be favored when deciding who takes it. Cast that speed. Players buy. Players move, if able, and rotate if selected. Players take damage from Overwatch effects over speed. Players die. Yeah, this is kind of where I like to keep the current design decisions. Four abilities. 5 ability slots. 4 abilities per slot. Customize which is where. Yeah. Team or solo? This is the current description. Team or solo battle royale, where players must navigate and survive a hostile dungeon while battling each other for loot, knowledge, and access to safe and defensible areas of the dungeon. Last team standing wins. Players may play a solo, duo, trio, or team of 4. The game takes place on a hexagonal grid 2D board. 10 classes, power level 1 to 8. Players may form squads of units. Total power level 8 or less. Squads cannot be larger than 4 players. Players have health and energy. 5 ability slots and 20 abilities. These are the different classes. And I also devised, sort of on a bigger level, see, this is a section I call fundamental design choices. That are sort of like not really gameplay related, but like design choices for the game service, I guess. And also the fundamental like gameplay design choices I have in here. Let's change up this music. There we go. It's appropriate to the theme. Yeah, some of the fundamental design choices, I call it. Only one matchmaking queue. I talked about that. There will be a way to play custom games, so people can, host tournaments or whatever. You can have bots, play against bots if you want. As far as monetization, players can buy the game currency. They can buy the gold. There's only going to be one game currency that you can purchase. Well, I guess there's two game currencies. There's gold, and then there's what I call victory tickets. At least for now, victory tickets. So with gold, you can purchase other classes that you don't get by default. I'm thinking maybe like 5 of the 10 you have to purchase at like $2.99 a piece or something. But you can buy as much gold as you want. And you get gold from placing high in matchmaking, queues that you can use to buy the characters if you want. So you can it's free to play. But you can, if you're having trouble making any gold in the game with your current 5 classes, you can just pay money and unlock the other ones, right? So with these victory tickets, game sizes are going to be 2 to 128. Map size variable based on number of players. I don't want to have pickup group matchmaking. Basically, if you want to have a squad, you have to join up with people from your friends list beforehand. It's because in my experience, there's just too much hate between teammates and pickup groups. Plus, you should be encouraged to use your friends list. And the game's balanced to play solo. There'll probably be a revive mechanic for squads, but I don't want it to be easy. I want it to be difficult. What else? Players' cameras are probably going to be centered. And that's basically it. You can't scroll around the map like StarCraft or something. You can't... if your player dies, you can probably watch what your teammates are doing. But, should put that in there. I want it to feel like, Diablo more than StarCraft. You've got this one character and your camera is centered on the character. So the victory tickets. This I thought was a cool, unique idea that I've not really seen implemented before. Maybe there might be something like it out there, but... So with this concept, I thought it'd be cool if the game had what I'm calling a grand battle once a week. And the winner of the grand battle will be honored with recognition in-game and on the splash screen for the duration of the next week, until the next grand battle. To get into the grand battle, you bid your victory tickets. So remember that currency I said you get with gold by winning games in the standard queue? You can accumulate those and spend them like a currency on a bid to enter the grand battle. As a solo or as a duo or as a trio or as a squad of 4. And the way that works is you can set how much you want to bid, or probably it will just be, it will take however many points you have and bid them automatically. It's probably how it will work. And it looks at everybody who's trying to enter this one game, how many victory points they're trying to stake, and it looks at the top 128 bidders. Whoever was bidding the least among those bidders is what everybody pays. So it's like I don't know what you call that, but you don't necessarily pay as much as you bid if what was required to enter the match ended up being less than that. And then you spin those tickets. So maybe if you only win like every once in a while, you can at least gradually build up those tickets for a shot at the grand battle. And then when if you win the grand battle, you get some kind of special like cosmetic or something. And like I said, you get your username and like what character you were playing, like put up on, displayed prominently in the game somewhere. Or if you were with a squad, your whole squad is recognized. Whether they survive to the end or not. So it's just like a way for players to feel like they achieved something for a week. Like, hey, look at me in the game. Like everyone sees that I won the grand battle. And then also if you win the grand battle, you get free entry into the next one. And it doesn't matter if you're with the same squad. Well, actually, how would that work? Okay, you get free entry into the next grand battle. Guaranteed. and you can either be solo or with any combination of the squad mates that you won with last week. Yeah, that's how it should work. If you win the grand battle, you get guaranteed, or the hell you spell that? Guaranteed admission to the next week's grand battle, either as a solo or with any combination of the squad you won with. So a squad of 4 could actually queue up as 4 solos or as a duo. Yeah, that might be exploitable. Maybe I make it so, because then, players are like, okay, now we've got 8 solos, but we're still going to cooperate and just like troll everybody, for that week. So maybe I make it, you can play again, but you have to be with the same squad mates again next week. Yeah. That's fine. That works. And if somebody can't make it, then you shouldn't have put them on the squad. And I think it's probably best if we don't make it redeemable at any future point, just the next week's grand battle can have the winners of the previous one. So you can it's basically letting people have the opportunity to, have a little win streak going if they want, without having to have a billion victory tickets. You must have the same squad mates. Or you know what? You can have the same squad mates, but it doesn't have to be a full team. I know it'd be kind of hard to manage from a UI perspective, but that's a good way to do it, because then if somebody can't show up, at least you can play solo or as a trio or something. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. It's just, how do you decide, I guess you have a party leader who kind of makes the decisions. Yeah. And you can pass party leader. You can pass the squad leader status, I guess, somehow. We'll figure that out later. But if you had any squad mates, they must well, what if a guy wants to, what if he won the last one but he wants to play with a different squad? Well, that might not be fair. Maybe if you win, you just get your victory points back, your victory tickets. Because if you had enough to qualify for that one, then you're probably going to have enough to qualify for the next one. Yeah, but then we come back to that. What is this shit exploitable? Oh, these are design choices that can be made later, you know, once the prototype is up and running. Alright, so let's stop hesitating here. Alrighty. So I've got Unity here. I think this is my game that I was working on. fire up Unity. Try to find the conversation I was having with Chat GPT. I'm sure that it matters. I don't like this music. How about D&D tavern music? Ambiance. What is this? Alright. Turn-based game code. I'm just having a conversation there. Tactical card game development. Unity. Is this where I was getting all this shit? No. Here it is. Unity Hex Grid tutorial. Change this to Grand Battle Champions. Maybe that's the new title for the game. GBC. Change the name of this project as well. How do I do that? Here. Let's just keep it as my project. Where were we at with this? You can hit play, and then you can move the guy around. Perfect. Whew. So the tiles might be a little small in terms of the asset. Camera controller has not been assigned. That's right. I was working on camera controller, trying to get it to stay centered on the unit, I think. I was complaining to ChatGPT that it was not working. I plan on... Okay, where were we? I think at this point I would like the camera to always center on the player object. How do I achieve that? To center the camera on the player object, you can create a new script, say camera controller, and attach it to your main camera. This script will move the camera every frame to the player's position. Here's an example. Didn't work. Our product solution not loaded, please. What? What is happening? Okay, not a big deal. Oh man. Okay, yeah, so we'll fix this camera position thing. And then we'll think about the player slash bot player icons that we want to have, which are going to be very simplistic to begin with, I think. And I think the data about other players will be displayed directly on these icons. And we might need a different asset. Or maybe I can change the asset. Make sure I'm... fucking Microsoft Teams is the worst app in existence, dude. Like, let me, like, stealthily close this window, and it just, by right-clicking on the icon, like, oh, you want to switch to it? Fucking Microsoft. Yeah, we might want to change these tile assets to just make them bigger, I think. That's another big game design decision that is going to have to be made. How many... What do we want the view range to be of a player? You know, is it... Because the player's always going to be centered, so if he's like right here, for example, I think this is probably good. Like, you can see like 5 tiles in every direction. About 5, I guess. So that'll be like the limit of his... That'll be like the limit of... ranged abilities. Maybe. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. It's a constant issue. For now, just gotta focus on the very next goal. I guess it doesn't matter. That's why is the scale the way it is? All right, camera. Main camera, where your script is attached. Ensure the target field of the script is linked to your player object. You should be able to drag your player object from the hierarchy window into this field. It's also important to note that your script is following the exact position of your player object. I plan on adding more player objects, and each time I select one, I want the camera to center on the selected player object. And why? So therefore, I guess it's the case for. I changed this design decision, but I guess it's thought to be able to do this for when you're spectating your teammates. Programmatically, set the target in your click detector script each time a player object is selected. To do this, add a public method to your camera controller script that allows you to set the target. Camera controller. Click detector script, you should retrieve the camera controller component and call set target when a player is selected. Add a public method to your camera controller script. Called, is it set target? Now in your click detector, you should retrieve the camera controller component and call set target whenever a player is selected. Okay. So I need this code on the camera controller. Very good. And then in what was the other one? Click detector. And click detector retrieve the camera controller component and call. Here we go. So it wants that after highlight player. Update. Wait a minute. Highlight player false. Current player. I don't think that ever works. So you can't unselect them. Oh, I can select some spot that he's already in. I don't know where this should go. Concerning your previous response about keeping the camera centered on the selected player, please show me where. Important to be polite to AI. This line should go in the context of this file. I know I'm gonna have to tell it like, yeah, but the camera isn't staying on the player after I move him somewhere. Camera.main.get component updates the camera target each time a player is selected. That's great. But after I move the player, I want the camera to stay centered on the selected player. Will that be the case with this code? Yes, as long as you're using the set target function in the camera controller script to set the camera's target to the currently selected player, the camera should continue following the selected player even after the player has moved. The late update method in the camera controller script continually updates the camera's position to match the position of the target. So if the target is moving, the camera will adjust its position to follow the target. However, in your current click detector script, you set current player equals null after moving the player. This means the camera would stop following the player after the player has moved, because there would be no currently selected player. If you want the camera to continue following the player even after they've moved, you might want to reconsider setting current player to null after a move operation. We'll see how it works. Look at that. That actually works nicely. I don't think I'm using Git at all for this project. I guess I should. How do I back up a Unity project? Is it saved in the cloud somehow? Probably. But the camera is still not centered. Not really sure how to describe that to ChatGPT. Seeing that the camera is not centered on the player icon. When I start the game. It's more like he's at the bottom of the screen. When I move him on board, it updates nicely, but in terms of moving the camera to stay centered on the player, but the camera needs to be better centered on the player icon in the first place. See if he understands that. Alrighty. Just give me the full code. Grid controller. Grid in the grid manager. Grid manager. Is that all the code? Create grid. I guess so. And what's it doing here? Address it by calling the set target function from your start. So oh, right here. Set the camera's target to the player. Is that all I need to add? Why is this here? Add this line. Forget about that? What's going on? Something break? Alright, I guess I missed something. If anything, it's worse. Okay, that's not one. Stop it. So here's my code. The game is still not starting with the, I mean, what would you call this? Game view? Right after some issue, immediately center the camera on the player. I don't think it understands what I'm trying to do. Okay. Just wants it to be public, not private. In oh, grid controller. Game control. Do we even have a game controller?
Elsie Julie 11. Hello.
Hello.
Elsie Julie 11. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Just trying to make a video game.
Elsie Julie 11. I am doing good.
You're the first person that's come in here and said anything in like 2.5 hours.
Elsie Julie 11. Good backslash.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just talking to AI, trying to make a game.
Elsie Julie 11. How long have you been a streamer for?
How long have I been a streamer? I've been doing it off and on for a while. Not really regularly, just
Elsie Julie 11. Like in general.
yeah, I don't know. My account, I made my account like 10 years ago or something. But not very long.
Elsie Julie 11. Great.
Do you stream at all?
Elsie Julie 11. Do you play games?
Yeah, I play games. Not a lot though. Just from time to time.
Elsie Julie 11. I am a professional artist.
Oh, cool. You do like digital art? Or some other kind of art? Paintings?
Elsie Julie 11. Yeah.
Yeah, AI is kind coming for both our jobs. I do coding for a living, and I'm just like using ChatGPT, watching it like write all this code automatically. It's just a matter of time until people don't need coders anymore, you know? Maybe not. So you ever do any art for video games or like card and board games or anything?
Elsie Julie 11. I make logo banner overlays, emotes, and more unique graphic stuff. White heart.
Oh, cool. Very nice.
Elsie Julie 11. Do you have a Discord where I can show you my work?
Oh, you know, I'm not looking for any of that kind of stuff at the moment. Not really. I don't, you know, really have a bunch of followers that. If I had a bunch of followers, I would want to have a nice looking, you know, stream, but I'm not too worried about it at the moment. Thanks, though. Okay. One solution to this is to create a new public method. The game camera controller that calls the late update method. And you can call the new public method from the grid manager. Okay. Camera controller. Public transform target public.
Elsie Julie 11. Elsie Julie.
Elsie Julie.
Elsie Julie 11. Here is my Discord.
Okay. Thanks for the offer of services.
Elsie Julie 11. Just sent me request.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Maybe someday. Grid manager. Okay, what am I doing here? Camera controller. Going to camera controller. It wants public methods.
Elsie Julie 11. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks for popping in.
Elsie Julie 11. See you on Discord.
Okay. Public. Start public. Let's copy this actually. Camera controller. Pop this right here. Is that right? Doesn't look right. Does not look right at all. Well, I guess it's correct. Boom. No, it's all fucked up. Okay, so it just wants me to add public in front of these methods, I think. No reference. Object not set to an instance. In the grid, select the game object. In the inspector window, you will see. Occurs when you try to access a member of an object which is currently null, has been initialized or assigned. In your case, the line camera controller is likely throwing this error and suggests this camera controller is null. In the grid manager script, camera controller is a public variable. You should ensure that this variable is assigned to Unity Editor. To do this, select the game object to which grid manager script is attached in your Unity scene. Select the game object to which grid manager script is attached. I don't know. Main camera. Okay, so the main camera, I actually want to move the main camera. Alright, I have to follow all this. Alright. The game object to which grid manager script is attached in your Unity scene. I don't even know. What it is talking about. I don't even have a grid manager script. I have a grid controller. Game object to which grid manager script is attached in your Unity scene. I guess it means this. But how do I tell? How do I tell what it is, the object to which this is attached? I don't know if it is attached to anything. How can I tell what game object the Grid Manager script is attached to? I can select the script asset and see info about it in the inspector. Period. Is that information there? I can't tell if it's attached to any game object at all. To find out which game object specific script is attached, follow these steps, open your Unity project. In project window, locate your script, right click on the script, choose find resource in scene. So give you a list of all the game objects in the current scene to which the script is attached. Right click, find references in scene. I don't see a list. This will give you a list of all game objects in the current scene to which the script is attached. If you select one of these game objects, you can see in the inspector window on the right side of the screen that the script is indeed attached to the game object. If the script isn't attached to any game object, Unity won't list any. Alternatively, you can use the search bar. Okay. Okay. So select in the inspector window, you will see camera controller. Okay. Field under the Grid Manager component, which is actually your Grid Manager script. You should drag the game object from the hierarchy panel, which has the camera controller script attached to it, into this camera controller field in the inspector. Okay. So you will see camera controller field under the Grid Manager component. Okay, there's the camera controller field. You should drag the game object from the hierarchy panel, which has the camera controller script attached to it, into this camera controller field in the inspector. This assigns the camera controller instance to the camera controller variable in your Grid Manager script. After doing this, you should be able to run your scene without getting a null reference exception. If you don't... Okay, so the problem now is... seeing any. At the stop the game, I would have seen. Is this the. Okay, that's the hierarchy window. Is it hex grid? Is that the one that has the. Do I put camera controller script here? Okay, so the only game object in the hierarchy window is called hex grid. And when I click on it, comma, I can see that there is a field. There is a component called camera controller. But there is nothing assigned to it. Should I assign something there? Seems like your hex grid game object has both the grid manager script and camera controller script attached. This could be the root of the problem. Usually, you would want to attach the game controller script to the main camera game object, not the hex grid. This is because camera controller script is intended to control the behavior of the camera. To fix the null reference, follow these steps. Select the main camera game object in the hierarchy window. There is no camera. Am I just adding cameras? What the hell is happening? The fuck? There is no main camera game object. In the hierarchy window. The Unity scene typically has main camera game object by default, but it's possible it could have been deleted or not included for some reason. You can easily add a new camera to your scene by following these steps. In the hierarchy window, right-click in the empty space, go to Create Camera. This will create a new camera game object in your scene. Oh. Okay. Stop that. Create empty. Go to, okay, create. Right click in the hierarchy window. Right click in the empty space. That's where this is, right? Create empty. I don't see a create option. There's an option create empty and also an option camera. Which should I click? I apologize for the confusion. You should click on camera. Here's process to create a new camera. In the hierarchy window, right click in the namespace. Select camera. This will create a new camera game object in your scene. You can name it main camera. I mean, what is this though? Is this not the main camera? Let's create a new camera. Afterward, you can attach the game controller script to your new main camera by selecting the main camera in the hierarchy and dragging and dropping the game controller script into the inspector window. Okay, it's still not there though. Do I hit save? What in the fuck? God damn. What is this? What's this little thing? These assets that are being created? Okay. When I select camera, it shows me, it seems to create a camera, period. I see a camera icon appear in the scene, and an inspector window opens. However, I don't see anything new in the hierarchy window. What does it mean? In Unity, the hierarchy window displays a list of all the game objects in the current scene. If you created a new camera, it should definitely show up in the hierarchy window. If it does not, that's quite strange. Make sure the hierarchy window is in scene mode and not in prefab mode. The mode switch is located at the top of the hierarchy window. It's in prefab mode. It will only show the game objects that are part of the currently selected prefab. Global? Local? Oh, okay. I had something in the search bar that was filtering everything. Alright. Here's the main camera. Okay. Where were we? What was I even trying to do? Oh yeah, the null object. Well, the bitch can't click anymore. There's no errors. Is that an error? Okay, so, alright. So here's the error. Right? It's clear. Clear that. Hit play. Yeah, here's the error. One error. A bunch of crazy notifications. You know what? Modify this a little bit real quick. Kind of like when it shows like a little bit of the laptop screen in front of me. You know? So it gives you a perspective. Okay. So I had something in the search field that was filtering what was displayed in hierarchy. Anyway, how do I fix this error again? Seems to be called hex grid. based on your previous messages. That's right. Look at the Grid Manager component in the inspector window. There should be a field labeled Camera Controller. Drag the game object with the Camera Controller script from the Hierarchy window to the Camera Controller field in the inspector. This assigns. Is this the one with the Camera Controller script? Find references. Main camera. Camera controller. Okay, and that's how I ended up with shit in the search bar. Main camera. Okay, so I've got two things called main cameras. Let's delete that. It's just an empty object. Delete that. It's confusing the shit out of me. Alright, so hex grid, camera controller, main camera, save. Oh, that's right. God, of course, everything I did was just. I wonder why they have it work like that. They make you think that you're making changes to a project when the game's running. And then when you stop the game, it undoes all the changes you made. And you're like, well, wait a minute, I thought I made some changes. Let's see what it does now. Wait, well, I can click again. That's great. Okay, so that error was fixed. However, I'm still trying to get the camera, the main camera, to center on my player object. Or perhaps a better way of thinking of it is to spawn the player, the grid and player objects in such a way where the player object is centered in the main camera. Let's adjust the create grid function in the grid manager script to place the player object at the center of the grid when it is created. That's not what I want, though, because the grid is not centered either. This version we calculate. I want the player to spawn on the bottom row of the grid. That's working well. The problem is that the player appears and the grid as well in the bottom portion of the camera, of the main camera view. And I want the main camera to be centered. I want the player to be centered in the main camera view from the very start. Then when the player moves around the grid, I want the camera to stay centered on it. So your problem is with the initial position of the camera, not the player. The player should spawn in the bottom row, but the camera should initially be centered on the player. In this case, you can manually adjust the camera's position in the start method of the camera controller script right after setting the target. In your camera controller scripts, start target does not equal null. Some weight, man. Holy shit. The camera's pretty laggy. All right. Make sure your target method is in-game controller script looks like this. Initial position of the camera, not the player. The player should spawn at the bottom row. But the camera should initially be centered on the player. In this case, you can start method. Target does not equal null. In your camera controller script. This. Boom. Fuck. Can't click on anything again. Did I mess it up? What did I do wrong? Sure, you set target method. Oh, forgot this part. Grid manager script. To do a laundry. A laundry.
Go ahead. It's trippy. It's like three realities: the current one, the one on the TV, and the one on TV on the TV. Doing some laundry. Got time, so. Okay. Okay. So you want to play rough? Okay. Say it to my little. This is my latest purchase from the liquor store. Small batch, 1792. I don't know if I really like it. I guess it's a blend. A couple of different bourbons. Here it is. You are starting.
Yeah, I forgot the ESL. I forgot the ESL semifinals are on today. And the tape. I don't know why I keep talking in British accent. ESL finals? ESL. ESL. Oh, it's over. Semifinal. Australis versus G2. This not being live streamed anymore. Yeah, it ended 25 minutes ago. Day 9. Semifinals.
Putting in individually outside of your team practice?
Individually, I practice every day. Yeah.
I don't really know anything
That's
about
why it's
either
good.
of these
This is a
teams.
pretty big one for G2. They couldn't got an M4 in the hands of JKS. Had a bit of a strugglesome time throughout the groups. We know what he's capable of on the big stages, so let's see what he can offer up with this M4. Last time he found himself over in Donut, Borup spammed him out. JKS never even got a chance to fight here. And once more, Borup looks to challenge him. Once more, JKS is the one under the pressure right now. And he's just conceded Donut. That's fine. But if he tries crossing back, if he doesn't live or die on this main fight, he will be walking in to the waiting Borup down in Donut.
And Nico's got his back. I feel safe with Nico with the Deagle. Smoke's going to start to come down. JKS flashed forward for a fight. Re-smoked as well. This is a spanner in the works for Astralis. They're getting held back. Borup has to make an active play, and JKS deals with it very well. 3 CTs in the site.
Just gonna leave that on.
They're walking into danger. Bootsy flying time on B. Perfect school. Astralis with no options here, no routes. 40 seconds, G2 are even retaking space, and Astralis have one belt of Utah left.
3v3 over towards the Donut, and it's one that G2 look to win out. The bomb gets away from Astralis, 30 seconds stare. Might have looked good to open this up, might have aced in round 2, but this is not a clutch you can expect him to win. This is not a clutch you can even expect to attempt. G2 don't have to give him the fights, they don't have to give him a path to win this. And so Stare can't do anything here. These are the worst types of rounds. Everyone's just looking at you as you try to navigate your way to a save, and not even that's guaranteed. G2 are looking to punish, and they will come in, boxing him in from all sides. Stare, with nowhere to go, is iced out. And so G2, a hero M4, a bunch of pistols, that's all it takes.
I'm loving how mobile G2 are looking right now, and they feel absolutely free to just give Hoopsy's sole dominion over the B-bomb site in late rounds. He's playing retake setups, he's spamming smokes, he's doing a lot of damage on those bomb plants as we've seen, and even there, he just locks the door on Astralis, drops the smoke, says go back into the stack. G2 playing an effective trade game on CT side right now, and Astralis are the ones now back to broken by.
Gonna be interesting to see what Astralis try to do to reignite the T side as this one continues down the stretch, because There's one thing we know is that Blaymek, he's always been a guy who likes to play with the idea of pacing and quite likes a slow round, a slow burner. As we saw towards the tail end of both of those heroic games, it's kind of down the stretch. That's where the rounds get a little bit faster, a little more hectic. And I think that might actually serve them well right now, because as you're saying, this B-side is being adjusted to a one-man hold in a lot of these rounds. Hooksy just being left there to his own devices, and so that feels like your route in, that feels like your way to break through if you're Astralis. It's just the question now, will they realize that?
Astralis and Flying respecting smokes at times. This is quite a take back for G2 of space. 3 players in the lane. 3 smokes at the door available. And just a delay game. Make Astralis sit and sweat.
See one from him over on the lane. Nico tapping away, tapping and tapping some more. 1 kill from the AK, but he's running on out of here. Don't feel worth it. Nico put down low. He's got so much support. He's not alone in this fight. He's got Hooksy and Hunter backing him up every step of the way. And so even though they get out through the double doors, if they try to punish Hooksy in the cave, that's where Hunter can look to get involved. G2 at this point in the round have completely uprooted and left the A site open. They're eventually starting to consider that Astralis could have found this gap, and so JKS leaves the B defense now. This is the best shot that Astralis might have, and the backstop from Hunter couldn't come at a better timing. Stare dead, holding up into the cave. It's Hunter with another, and his bomb plant will not get to come through for Astralis. Buzz attempting to plug in the digits. He might get it, but just stolen away.
Before the clock expired, at least, money is not the issue. But yeah, G2 say, you want to wait? You want to waste your time? You want to sit in team sport play? You go right ahead. The fallback protocols are perfect there for G2. No hurry to force fights. No chasing on the anti-eco. And Hunter has certainly come to play today, right? Modesty out of the gate swinging, but Hunter now winning rounds.
Yeah, I think something that's scary here for Astralis is G2 often a team. We even hear this in interviews, even heard it before this game. But the stance is sometimes it does come down to the individuals. And when the individuals are switched on, this team is down there unstoppable. And I think right now the individuals are very much there. But to make matters worse, I think it's been a very well-called game so far out of Hooksy. Very measured, never overstepping. JKS will get tested here. 1 kill from them out of the Glocks. Tap him out of the round. You don't want to lose the Glocks here if you're G2. That might take the wind out of their sails. And so Modesty slams the hammer down. It's just Borup left. There's no love for Borup here, not from G2 anyhow.
A very reassuring G2 on the stage, right? We want this team on stage. We want this team in arenas. It's where they do their best work. It's getting there. It's often been the problem for G2. But such a solid group stage here at Cologne, with a run-through vitality even. A stop over phase. And of course, against Astralis, we're getting more of the same. 8-4 now. Rock hard CT side for G2. Can Astralis break through?
This is a huge test for Blaymek. Sure, it's one thing when all your plans are going accordingly, when everything you've envisioned is happening right there in front of you, you really go through the motions and you feel the groove of the game. And I think that's what we saw from Blaymek yesterday, but this is one that is more competitive from the get-go. G2 have come out swinging.
Yeah, for the young players as well, right? We saw them with fantastic form. They only felt what it was like to win. Now they're feeling what it's like to lose. How do they deal with that pressure? How do they deal with these problems? JKS smoked out behind the site. Astralis coming through the 2. The bomb's very delayed on this one. Looking to double pump the execute perhaps. Letting stare, lookout rate. Nice up on top. JKS trying to one way. Use Astralis' utility against them. We have this late big take. Lucy finally relieved of being jump spotting for information. Astralis are leaving this down to the wire.
A lot of their rounds often go. They really try to use every single second that is made available.
Hunter has to be the hero. It's must end day.
He's trying to take red off of Husi, but he doesn't let them in, and now he's got support. Now he's got Nico set up to cover him, and with JKS winning these fights out through main, things are really heating up for Astralis. There's 10 seconds left. Even as they wrap through the spawn, even as they get close to the site, they're still going to get past this donut hole, and even the shot connecting there is enough to knock this round away. Playback can't do a thing, and he might even fall off. The time here, Hunter can't find him.
How does Blame do it? Cheeky bugger. Lives with seconds to spare with no shots in his AK, but Hunter does what he has to. The heavy lifting back in Donut. That was a really late exec for Astralis. You can see they're getting pinched right now. G2 are not giving Astralis the picks that they so desperately demand. Blame getting boosted for a mid kill at 30 seconds. Trying to smoke on CT to B and wrap through at 14 on the clock. Leaves almost no room for error, and G2 are fine to provide problems. Sink or swim, Astralis. It's time to decide.
We saw these teams match up back in the group stage. Nation was the map that Astralis were able to take. It was another tally on the Astralis streak here, on what has become their home map. The G2 look to change that. Line up with the saved AK, 4 and 9. In this round, he can't afford to be at the back of the pack. He's got to be the guy cracking open the round. JKS has been very tricky to get past at the best of times. I'm sure he got blocked out a couple ago. He's not looking to repeat that here. Looking to shut out his old IGL from the complexity days is JKS. Oh, lame F. Goes up, goes over. Finds Justin, and so now the site opens up. Modesty rain out with one. That's the AK removed. Borups quick with the deagle, and Modesty's getting wrapped. Borups right here. Modesty's got to be real quick if he wants to hold on, and he doesn't like these angles with the AWP. Doesn't want to occupy them, trying to make life as easy as he can. One from Modesty, but another man didn't know that Borup was still alive. And so now he's on with the AWP. Now Astralis teed up in this post-plant 3v2. Guns retrieved. Nico and Hunter. Oh, they found a way back in. Borup tapped out. It's a really matter here, but time's getting away from G2. Hunter and Nico have got to be switched. Oh, what? From nowhere! They'll manage it!
Heads will roll as the cousins go bowling. How do they sneak that through?
That's madness. I think every bone in Astralis' body told them that they'd done enough to have won that round.
Yeah, the swing out main, you think it's fine, you think you've got nothing wrong. But that gives G2 just what they desire.
It's the fact that it comes in so late as well, right? And that's very much by design, right? You kind of can't believe that if you're Astralis. In the final, 10 seconds of that round, that's when G2 make a bold move in a 2v3.
Yeah, Stair swings out preemptively. Wasn't required, trying to save his teammate. But could have and should have played for the plant. For the longest time, it was Astralis. Over 5 and now 6 Intel Extreme Master Clones with 4 different team rosters making it to the semi-finals. Is that all that will be for this organization? For G2, for a while, these were the kings of second place. And that's at least better than top 4.
Astralis is certainly feeling pressure.
Wallace.
I mean, it's in these moments that you're really hoping that Device can be the guy to bring him back in, right? He is that experienced voice. He has been there. He has done that. And believe me, he's got the t-shirt.
Even Astralis, these other players talking in interviews about how Weiss pumps them up, he gives them energy, he gives them confidence, they're going to need it. Need for 40 seconds, entry into A, they were leaving, they were trying to bail, they wanted to go back to the the other bomb site, and JKS has remained a rock inside of main. This is going to be a problem for Astralis.
Flash is going over, and he knows his push is out of donut, and this crossfire is set up already. JKS doesn't need a helping hand yet, but it's going to move in at just the right time for Hunter.
Nice shot.
Cancelled out by Borum. JKS is left to his own devices, and there is the man, ringing out with one. Once he moves on, Device with a reply. And Astralis are looking for a way back in, right at the end of this half. Device, we were waiting for that round, and round to show us why he is so great. And out with the swing, the Kings back in the building. Device, 3 kills. Device with the reply.
Zero nerds. Oh man. Transform in the Unity editor. It's possible that your camera's transform position or scale is off. Check in the Unity editor to make sure that your camera's position, rotation, and scale are set appropriately. You may need to adjust these manually.
Mr. Nico. It's me. Stretching on out. Yes, it is you. You're getting yourself ready.
Yeah.
Now, it's been a pretty crazy few months for G2, but I want to ask you what feels different here in Cologne.
What feels different? I mean, this is probably the most special arena in the whole season. It's one of the most prestigious events, and you always want to win Katowice and Cologne. We have won Katowice, and now we're aiming for Cologne.
Now, you're playing against Astralis again in a rematch. What have you been able to learn from the last time you played against each other? It was incredibly close.
Yeah, they're playing super well this event. Obviously, they have Device as well, who's very experienced, and he's leading the team, not in the game, but he's obviously like a guy that they're looking up to, and he's doing amazing. But we are ready. We have beaten them once. We can definitely, and we should do it again.
Now, for you, Cologne, it's very special if you can try and grab the trophy, right, and make up for the issues of before. How badly do you want this?
Yeah, this event and this trophy will definitely make my career look a bit better.
Well, hopefully you can grab it, Nico. Thank you very much. Good luck.
There we go. Move the camera a little bit.
Astralis might be the team shooting to the stars, but it's G2 the one that's full of them. The individuals are looking great out of the gate for the G2 squad. Astralis, it's a late activation from Device, the $1 million man. put up around right at the end to find 5 for Astralis. It's not the best T-side they've ever had. It's not the most that they could have hoped for here, but it's what they've got. So now they've got to dust themselves off and look to bounce back in this second half, or else G2 will run them down in this opening map at a semi-final.
Pace may appear as they creep through main. We've got a double set up here, right? Got a weird angle. Julie's fight back. Odyssey, there's the front. That's Blaine finds 3 for the front. He's looking for every single one. Where did this come from? Big Benjamin! He's back!
And he knows that that round re-energizes Astralis. He stands up, he savors that moment. An ace in the pistol with the dollies looking clean. Playback has struggled to find a lot of impact in this game so far, but that one, that is big for Astralis, for the morale of this team. When you look down the line and you see Playback shoot out of his chair. So maybe that's what it takes. Maybe that round brings the pet back to the step of Astralis. Let's find their rhythm.
They were needed on CT side, right? It was the micro plane. They did a lot of work against Heroic. Some of the B lane aggression we saw was just painful. Heroic had to deal with it. Astralis, off the back of their stand-up, have had to call a tactical timeout. They have now used every single one. There will be no breathers for Astralis in the second half as they mount and attempt a 10-round comeback.
G2 with the pistols. Astralis like to play a slow game. G2 do not. Miko running amok. Oh, wow! What an opening! Device with the reply. One bullet from the Tech 9 gets them in, but it's Device looking to shut them out. Not for long as Monacy finds it. Oh, that's nearly something for Monacy, but Stare takes some real confidence to make a play like that when it's Monacy left up in the 1v2 with your teammates so far away, but Stare does what he has to keep that round contained.
Yeah, that just shows, I feel like we had some energy injected into Astralis off of the in-game lead of success in the pistol round. A pacey push from G2. Device handles it well, and they hunt down the kid. It's not clean, but it's enough for Astralis to establish some stake in this CT side. Nico burning to death.
Burning to death. Alright. Cameras transform. Timing issues. Check the offset. Make sure the offset between the camera and the player is set correctly. It should be done in the start method of the game controller scripts. It's possible that the camera's transform, position, rotation, scale is off. Check in the Unity editor to make sure that the camera's position, rotation, and scale are set appropriately. You may need to adjust these manually.
This A site, he will not let G2 in.
No ID, no entry. G2 need to show their faces on this T side soon before Astralis pick up steam. We've got the AWP coming into the first gun round in this second half. And Monacy has been a monster. He's been hitting some heroic shots. But easier said than done on the attacking half.
Check in the Unity editor to make sure.
Second volley is a problem. It forces G2 out into the open with a perfect flash. Borb is hung out to try and to die. 5-on-4 for G2 as Astralis descend back into the bomb site.
Need to adjust
They have
these
nothing to show for
timing
this
issues.
mid-tank.
It's possible that there's a timing issue where the camera's position has been set before the player's
Just regrouping over in red, they want to try and retake middle. That leaves
Let's
the
become an update
open.
position after setting the
Leaves
target.
this huge gap across the map.
Here's how we can address these issues. Check and adjust.
Is very much there for G2 to waltz into B. It's Buzz. There was a head spotted over there. Stare tries climbing up, but is locked out by Hooksy, and they don't catch him on the cross. That's awkward. You kind of needed that kill to even entice you into giving this round a go. They've certainly had chances, but only damage done.
This is a save, right? Sure, you've had ample opportunity, missed timings. Buzz staring at his crosshair, doesn't see the player on the top. And G2 just escalate the pace and take the empty bomb site. Nice reaction on a silver platter for G2. And hey, Hooksie's 5-12, but he gets the influential kill that essentially guarantees the round. And at the end of the day, he was never an in-game leader brought into Frag. He was brought in to let his superstars off the leash, to put them in the right positions. And while that was a huge question mark coming into a capable and fraggy in-game leader we're playing right now, the answer's coming up for G2.
It's really not been a weak
Fuck
link
this up.
for the G2 squad. I mean, I know Hooksy sits down bottom of the board, but as you were just saying, that's where we expect to see it. On the other side of things, Astralis have had that huge pistol round from playing that late closer in round 15 with the device 4K. Borup started this game off strong. It's not to that same level just yet. So either that hero figure needs to emerge. Flame's got to get to outcalling the G2 squad. That's hard. They'll use Braun. Stair fights his way in, but it's swiftly cancelled out. JKS from down in mid returns this to even odds. Hooksy down the push up over to the lane. Hunter now takes his steed and will respond with one. It is a brawl for this lane control. Even Odyssey returns that 2v2. He's making moves here. This is a confident display to go pushing into the red room with this AWP, but he controls a lot of the map now.
The entire round rests solely on him. The longer he waits, the more JKS's position is not really going to be able to help him, save him, retreat that bomb. Honestly, must survive the cross. JKS waits for the aggression and one for here. Stair gets curious. Checking his back on timings. Odyssey.
Odyssey's got a bit of a gap here. Odyssey's got a chance. If he can find this long kill, the round opens up. Suddenly G2 are in pole position, but it's Stair to swing out and deny it. Odyssey had too much on his plate. So now JKS is going to do it alone, and Stair will not let that happen.
What a round from the star of Astralis. These B pushes a lane take. Device staying in spawn for a late smoke, and Blame just flashes them in. Stair finds 2 kills off the entry. What's up, NATO?
Great to see the Stair's got rounds like this in him. As even as we were looking down the line yesterday, you know, the device and buzz that really made that series happen. Stair, we saw little moments of brilliance, but you wanted more. Especially with how talked about this guy's been. Seeing him lift the level. Play harder, play smarter. It's great signs for Astralis. To slow it down. And we're going to see if Astralis give them anything.
Odyssey's been crippled in here. That's a huge amount of your opening power potentially ruffled. He goes to the mid late, he's got the bomb behind him, Hooksy. Device awaits on an off angle. This is going to be a late full execute to the second site as G2 go back to the spawn. It's relatively undefended, sure. Probably the players you want in this position in Stair and Device. Right now, with no info as to how close G2 are getting. Jackal taken, spam through the smoke. Device, so patient, so focused. They need a really good flash to get him off this one.
Oh my god, he's full blind but gets out with one. Device has to now concede a little bit of room. Suddenly Buzz is under a lot of pressure. Buzz responds to it well with a bit of help from his friends. Device! Another in the round, and now he goes hunting for Modesty. The Big Green looks to elude capture. Modesty looks to get away. Blame F might deny that fact. Zorb is right there.
Oh dear.
Modesty might be spotted. The Blame does not go back in to try and remove that AWP. Still around out of Device and Buzz, especially Buzz, who's left in a wild position. All-out
Error is
as well,
happening
so
because the late
exposed to the
update is a
entirety of the
Unity
front row.
lifecycle
Devices
method,
just
and it's actually private by default.
Yeah, Stralis have one smoke out to the entire city side, and they get it down to top B as G2 is scaling.
To
Forcing
ensure
devices
that the
reposition,
camera
but boy, wasn't
repositions
it
itself
perfect.
as soon as you set a new target, you
G2
can
with a
remove the
relentless
logic from the
east side
late update.
flanking,
Its own public
Waits
method
in,
that you can
backing
call
only
whenever you want.
kills.
Set a new target.
getting picked apart,
So you could
even on a full
adjust your
execute.
scripts.
They need counter stat. And Morrissey be that man in this round will have to do. Surrounded by pistols, the AWP sits alone.
Good to see this recovery from the device. It's giving you a lot more faith. And I mean, with Vitality knocked out the equation earlier on today, Device is now in this position where he's fighting for that chance to lift the trophy. Cologne, a chance that Majesty will no longer have.
It's a cheeky insta-boost at the bottom of mid, just off the rubble. No crouch, no jump and stand needed. Just straight up for an entry kill on Wayne.
Oh, that's quick. We all saw that, right? You can kind of feel when Morrissey's looking to get the ball rolling, and this is one of those moments. One kill from the hero, AWP already. Gonna be hard pressed to sweeten the deal. Nico dies outside of B. Alex Stone, and they do have to follow through with this A play.
Camera controls.
This is where we look at Morrissey. This is where he's got to be the guy to open up. If he can arm his teammates around, and if he can deal some blows to get them in, they find this timing. They've threaded the needle here. Morrissey drops the ball across. Arm swinging out is dealt with by JKS, and Morrissey falls, but JKS continues to deliver. Going back in, Device. Divine intervention.
What?
Is he getting out of there? Ball is back. This is a crazy play from Hunter. He disappears through the donut smoke. Not planning the round. And tees him up for something.
And he's got quick though, Stralis up ahead of this one. Lives out, they know what's coming in. He's planting open. He's planting open. And Hunter gets punished. He thinks he's fast.
The ChatGPT is giving me
Flame's brain works quick.
syntax error code.
This was a
Fuck.
10-5 G2 that can do no wrong with their CT rotations. Right now they're barely getting bombards and staying afloat in Astralis' map pit. This is getting uncomfortable very quick.
I want to start opening these rounds for them. And usually, you look down the line, you kind of full of people to choose from in the G2 squad, but I always love when Nico's just let off the leash, allowed to do whatever he wants. See some ludicrous openness where he'll just run through smokes, no flashes, no nothing, he'll get it done.
He almost went for it. They were full blind at the bottom of mid. Astralis setting up for success, but G2 fight the other round. He smoked. Two spending a lot of time in their score, giving carry, getting a regroup going. One smoke back on this T side does not leave you a lot of options. Doesn't have the liquid spray, staying quick back. Smoke off the short side, they're coming through.
Opens there, got a hold on, and that flash Rex Borrow, it left stair, hung out to dry, up on top of the booze. I want to see this shot on the AWP, but Astralis even want to try and contest this. It looks like they're already writing it off. JKS spotted down the middle. You know that Parker rotate onto the lane is locked in. Astralis do not even want to attempt this round. This one is won on a handful of kills in the cave. That double setup dismantled by G2. So it's back to the drawing board now, Astralis. G2 find their way back in. Break that 3-round streak. Give it over room, they will not yet give up the lead.
reassuring round for G2 on a redemption here on the T side. And redemption the tournament as well. Skipping it straight to the semis. Having to prove their work in the Lanxess for the first time from Monacy. They can't get comfortable. This has still been a lackluster tee half so far. They need to propel off of that full wide gun round, and they look to bring some pace into this.
This is the guy with the mid squad, so he's going to have the honor of going first. The sacrificial lamb fed through the mid smoke, but no one here for Astralis. Gives G2 this mid control.
Oh dear, Buzz. Ooh, it's cooking. You then realise how they clear. He swings out early, and even though a dink is found, Hunter lives. A jump of the gun for young Buzz. It's Hunter light years ahead. Back to be a gamble rotation made for Astralis. Information play attempted in the middle. It's all come too late. Once again, G2 might just find that empty site.
This is great knowledge of your opponent's protocols here for G2. The fact that Hunter up and leaves mid, he knows that Astralis now are likely going to waste time going and clear dead air. Astralis will group back up over towards B. They're even moving device around. Lane F is heard leaving this A bomb site. G2 right now, there's still time to reconsider. They don't have to commit to this. Are they going to give a bit of room to Hunter? He's all the way through the A site. They might change their mind here. They're going to try and join back up with him. G2 have left this one down to the wire, but if Hunter can get another kill over in this, and he might just look to win the whole damn thing. Hunter smoking their way. He denies the rotate. Hunter has single-handedly looked to win this round for G2. That kill throws it all into question. Suddenly the game's afoot again. Let's see with the plan. Wipes on a big wrap round, but Nico's holding this and not the man in the face. What's up from Nico? And Astralis writes it off in the 2-on-3. That doesn't convince them to give this one a go.
So nice to see G2 just give faith to Hunter and his cool and his position. They don't overthink it. They don't run into the B stack. They go all the way out. And that's a call that's burned G2 in this game already, but they go back to it. Hunter has so much room. And he wins that crucial fight to play, picks up a smoke off his body, and locks out Astralis from ever attempting this round. Massive moment for G2 here, as it felt like T-side rounds were not reproducible. Hunter hears all. And remember, that's the fight that got him in, the fight that never even needed to happen.
Even though Astralis have looked to recover towards like the start of the second half, this is the dream scenario for G2 fans. You've got your trifecta, you've got these three players that are lights out, and Hunter's very much a part of that conversation. Over here in mid, him and Hooksy look to open up. They try to battle for this mid control. It's hanging in the balance. The nades rain in. They try the line. The Corrin will get hounded down. JKS takes middle. Under his wing, Device, hello,
Through the B doors.
honestly never even knew what hit him, and Device once more out of the round. Never knowing when to quit. That's this guy's whole story, and now it's just JKS. Sure, he finds that one on a play left, but look at the minimap, look at the bomb. It's a long way away.
They've read it, they know exactly, it wasn't seen on the minimap, they know it must be back in T-spawn. The ice knives out, he knows exactly what JKS is running for. And even though his timing is good, Devices is better. Device waits, he will get spotted. JKS, time wasted. Molotov deployed, 50 seconds. Device actually has to decide to give it up. JKS relieved for a moment and retrieve that plant. Where does he go from there?
Francis have been really smart here. They weren't looking to end the round on this fight. Instead, they've taken a lot of time away from JKS in the clutch. And even now, no corner is safe. The backstab is coming in. And Stare has got the round in the palm of his hand. Puts a leash back on JKS. And that is some real smarts from Astralis.
Yeah, Stairs showing some great moves on this CT side. It's a very aggressive reactivations, whether it's early in taking B lane, these re-pushes into mid for Astralis that, yes, at times have given G2 empty on sight. But right there, he knows it's a game of timings. The device blocking out JKS to him flanking back through JKS's routing. Can't wait for Heather. This game is going the distance.
Device is on his off angle over towards B, but G2 are coming his way, and then away comes a collateral dynamite. He can't find any more. It's just damage onto Nico. Will that be the one that gets away? Has got support over in Cave, but for now they're trapped here. They're locked in.
Look at the plan, look at the post farm also. G2 taking long, they're taking small back, they forced a full flank for Astralis. Buzz is living on borrowed time. Well, there are kits in this round. G2, they just have so much utility, locking Astralis out and ever intending it till the clock's going half gone.
Oh, the timing. Oh! Hunter's back on. Usually they would look to save here, but they're so deep, they're so committed, they're gonna get out alive. And the Hunter is not letting that happen. They are the prey, hunted down and mercilessly executed. Astralis sent packing, running for the hills. It's G2. Edging ever closer to picking up ancient Astralis' home map.
Yeah, finally finding form at the end of the T side. That is relieving for G2. Vehicle that this would just slip through their fingers. But poised and prepared for a 2-0, and look at these timings. That's the make or break, right? Felt like Hunter's been in so many of these swing fights. You kill him, you have an opportunity, you die. The round's already lost in that 3-on-3. And he has been good for the job. 24 kills.
Okay, how do I fix
Hunter,
this?
Odyssey, not far behind.
Air curves.
Device in between, but now just back down to MP9s on 3. And G2, why doubt yourself? Do it again.
This time Device doesn't have the ult. This time he's only got the MP9. Him and his teammate just walked out over in cave. G2 keep running this back. So fruitful, keeps working. Why bother stopping till Astralis can fix it?
Again, it's just trying to get out. Astralis surrendering after a single kill. Then with double cave slide. G2 making the perfect read once more. Popping into it. Essentially MTB.
As we've gone down the stretch, those rounds where it is just Nico being allowed to run up the B ramp, being supported by Util from Hooksy. And they let him have that much
Frankenstein.
space. He'll give you the results both times. He's opened up in these B plays and they've gone on to win the round. Now they stand just goals away from
No, man, this is a replay of
coming down the pipeline next.
It's quite an interesting and
ESL Counter-Strike tournament from today, semifinals, somewhere in Europe. Just listening to it.
But if it works, it works. And right now the results almost locked in for G2. 3 shots to end this map. Flame is the first to fall. Hunter, invincible, invulnerable in middle. Luxi hounds them down towards B, pushing Astralis even further back. The Vice goes forward.
No, they're playing Counter-Strike.
Odyssey waits. And G2, they can feel it now. It's within reach.
It's like $1 million tournament.
I give credit to the G2 game that's been played here. Not only
I was showing what I was doing on my screen earlier, but
I think it's been a fantastic
I'm just doing
game. Never refusing
camera
to
for
give in
now.
to the Astralis squad, always keeping them guessing. Great knowledge of the protocols. G2 have looked stellar. And now Nico gets the easiest kill to close this out. Nico rising to the occasion. Hunter and Odyssey in fantastic form. And even with a few glimmers from Device on the other side, it's not enough. G2 going to their map. Inferno coming up next. Looking
yeah, I don't
great.
know if pro gamer's a good career path choice. Even though these guys are playing for $1 million. it's still, you know, esports is still like pretty on the fringe of society. Competitive esports. You could be a streamer probably. Play games. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, big time. I mean, like, oh, computer science. I thought we were talking Counter-Strike. Well, I'm a programmer. I don't have a computer science degree, but I'm a coder by trade. My brother has a computer science degree. I'm actually working on, you want to see what I'm working on? Change the, desktop audio. Is that good? Test. Okay.
Wow, what a display, what a performance. You look at GT on the map pick of Astralis, and well, I guess
Actually,
it's going to be all she wrote.
I'm working with ChatGPT to try to make a like a 2D like a tactics type game. So if you're interested in computer science, like this is a big part of it now. Or it's a big part of just coding for a living. Because now that ChatGPT is a thing, you like don't have to Google anything really as much, which is like a huge time saver. Like I'm barely like even thinking while I work on this project. I'm just like copying and pasting errors. Like this error message seems to just late update somewhere. I mean, I am learning and like thinking and stuff, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it didn't go his way, but hey, we have to talk about Hunter. We say it time and time again, like this guy becomes a different beast when it comes to games on the stage. And we could
It's pretty amazing. Like I pay $20 a month for the chat for the 4.0 version. And it does seem to work a lot better than the free version. So yeah, here's my game design. So far. No, they limit it to. When I signed up for it, it was. I think it was 30 every 3 hours. or something, or like 25 every 3 hours. But they upped it to like 50 every 3 hours. Yeah, let me see.
Was like an instrumental for their victory today. That's all this is big.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to this
Yeah.
series, I don't know, obviously the big picture here is what Astralis lost the first map in the
50
series,
misses.
G2.
Yeah, how confidently it will lie.
Group stage of sort of dominance asserted.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like I heard some guy got debarred as a lawyer because ChatGPT just gave him all these like fake, like imaginary examples of court cases that he used in his trial, and he didn't like bother to specify, you know, these are real court cases, right?
I think this round was really important in the first half. First, you saw the preparation from Astralis
Yeah.
with the boost that countered Monacy. He's immediately dead. Then you have Nico in a forward position, right, going to be able to get the kill here, even out the numbers as the round slowly develops for Astralis, right? They're taking their time. We've seen this happen a number of times in the first half. You know, they really like to milk that clock. And here they seem a little bit, you know, out of position. Like they're trying to fade, but then Buzz doesn't see anyone. They're coming into the side.
Yeah.
I think here they'll even find the kill onto JKS. But look at Hunter. Look where he is. He's been lurking.
He must have.
Right now, he's all alone in this side. They're out of money. They lose this round. They have to equal again. He finds timing to push through the smoke. Finds 2 kills. He's gonna get the last guy as well. And
Oh,
this
the
was
lawyer?
such a
Yeah, probably.
important swing
I mean, he was
round
probably
for
just
them.
like
2 rounds later, similar thing, right? They couldn't build that Hunter.
unfamiliar with
They're back to pistols,
computers.
right? But then again, we'll see
like
great
software.
team play from G2 in this one, and great tanker play from JKS. He had a couple of unfortunate rounds where he missed some timings.
Error message seems to suggest that there is called a late update somewhere in your grid control, which is not allowed since late update is a protected
And they
method.
just have the perfect timing. They run into Astralis, slow them down, and this is what enabled them to stay
Yeah.
the half, finish it off by having a 10-5 CT side. The call right there to kind of swarm on middle and kind of re-clear it, right? That's really important mid-run, especially like in these rounds where you have no money. This is one of the deciding rounds for the half, right? If you lose this, it's probably going to be 5-10. If you win it, you get to 10-5. I saw this from both
Yeah,
teams.
the
Both
TV.
teams played good CS. Astralis played good CS in the second half.
It's like-
Like, they were also proactive. Device, man. Like, we're sitting, we're watching the game. It's like,
It was
this
like
guy
that.
is always in the right place in the right time. Like, his game sense is incredible. Was getting some
Greatest
really good
authority.
reads, but in the end, it was just a little bit too much for them to come back from.
Sometimes it
You
can be
have-
freakish almost. You're like, wait a minute, sure, okay, well,
Who's
there it is,
true?
right place,
Who's
right
gonna
time
move the
again.
line?
Let's do that. Let's
Yeah,
go
we're
ahead and head
gonna
backstage.
look at
Let's see
that
what's been said, what the vibe is as we go into the second map of the series. It's going to be FBI and base.
Nope.
So we got some information again. Maybe I'll start. You know,
What's
yesterday I
that?
got to talk to Castle after they won the first map, and then he said, "I feel we figured them out." This time I asked, "This is the ancient you lost, an ancient that you've not lost in ages. How are you going to bounce
Ye-
back?" And he said, "Well, it came down
Yeah.
to our mistakes, like not playing our game." But then he said, I know how he
Yes,
always has this
Unity.
final quote. He said,
Um,
"Chucks, I can promise you, we're going to bounce back on it."
Yeah, I'm making it for
So,
fun,
you
but
know,
I
their
also think
confidence is
it
not
could
that much.
make some money.
He's just waffling, to be honest, because this guy was basically.
So I got all the details figured out, pretty much. Not all the details, obviously, but
And I said, okay, in an Inferno, this is your best map, you know, it's inside and out. It was close last time. What do you learn from this? And
yeah, I mean,
better team, right?
uh,
So I think confidence
I
is
have no
huge
game
for
dev
them.
experience,
And
but
really, this is
doesn't-
They were playing the team, you saw them smiling, what we saw on the cameras, we know what they're doing, but they shouldn't have lost that.
Yeah.
And they did.
But you know what they are now? Complete underdogs, and you know what?
yeah, I use this program called Scapple.
Yeah, back against the walls where Astralis find themselves.
It's like a
Tidbits right there. Let's go
way to
shift
just
this focus
get a
into
bunch of your
Inferno second.
ideas
Pick from that
organized
last map
on
of the series.
one,
And also pick a G2.
you know, big like
It's good to see confidence
canvas.
exuding from the G2 camp, right? But don't fall into the trap of becoming arrogant.
So I've been like
This is not over yet, sir. Astralis
building
is
this game in my
ready
head
to
for a long time.
confidence into the moment they took down Heroic yesterday on Inferno.
And now I just wanna make a prototype.
So the job is not done. Keep your head in at 100%. The keys on the CT side, they're going to be able to stop Nico and Banana, right? If Nico takes control of Banana without too much guilt, without too much utility used to control that part of the map, it's
Yeah, I
going
don't
to be
usually do
a
like coding content,
if
but
they allow that space.
I
If
figured
they fight and read that space,
since
then
I
it's gonna be much easier
I might start trying to make this game in my off time. Might as well stream it.
But the problem right now for them is stopping Banana, just controlling as much as they can because they've started the CP side and also the confidence from losing.
Well, I asked ChatGPT what I should use, and it pretty much said like either use Unreal or Unity. And
man, it's hard to see the bounce back, but it's very much possible. This has been the wheelhouse of advice, is that now, right?
It's possible, but
Yeah.
it's going to be difficult, right? With the way
Maybe.
some of the individuals on the side of G2 are playing as well. I expect JKS to have
But yeah, I picked Unity just because it seemed like it was good for 2D games. Like Hearthstone was made with Unity.
I said 2-1, but I'm still going for G2 win, so it doesn't really look like that everything points out to that.
Right there, right
Yeah.
there. Outstanding. Why did we get this guy? He's a treasure. He's something.
Yeah, I just kind of, it seemed like Unity was a
Yeah, the roughest diamond you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, just
In the box.
good choice.
Thank you so much. Yes, underwater basket weaving will be.
Like I've never used either Unity or Unreal to build anything.
What I do know is the semifinal counseling
So
to
it's,
the strongest could be coming to an
I did a little bit of
end
research,
here in
you
the
know.
second half. We're gonna be keeping our eyes to the streets, as are you. It's hashtag IEM across your socials. We'll be right back after this.
so it was kind of a coin toss for me, you know. And I just went with Unity. Okay, so it's telling me to remove this line.
It's time. The ESCA League is now on
From
Faces
Camera
to give you
Control?
the best league experience.
Wait.
See how far you can go when you're part of the ESL Pro League.
Did I already remove it?
Join the world's most competitive
Grid
league
controller.
on Faces. Win your share of $214,000 in season 46. Don't
Okay,
miss
then.
out. Register by August 10th. Sign up today
Late
at faces.com
upload.
/
Save.
ESCA League.
Okay, man.
The champions of ESL Pro League. Performance here. What a match.
Things can do in CSGO to never miss a guy in the back. You can cost you a lot.
Joining a game if you do not have the time or the internet connection for it, so you get like disconnected in the middle of the game and the team has to play like 4 versus 5 or something, and they can quit the game and they're playing at such a disadvantage for like 40 minutes and just wasting their time.
Big hard your teammates, like sometimes you need to sacrifice for your team and just enter and just push before them, because you have to do over repeating on a nick around, giving the hope to the opponent guys.
People wants, they don't want to work a lot for a long distance, you know. They just want a result now and on this tournament, but that's not how it works. You have to put a lot of thoughts in the future, so people don't have to work too much.
I hate whenever I'm getting team flash without knowing it. I have some examples right now in my team right now. You know, for example, Pro Flash goes, I'm trying to flash, but when I recall it, that's the moment it pops it to my face and then I die.
Feeling that my teammate is giving up at some point. I'm giving up something that I've never done, and I will never do. It's forbidden to give up. I'm sure that it's always possible. And we did like 2 crazy combats this year against Clement. But giving up is something I don't know, and we'll probably never know. I mean, we are like 2022. Let's be honest, I received a lot of criticism. It's always like that when you have like really good players. I think that if we win, it's because they're really good. If you do bad, it's because you're bad. So I took a lot of criticism, but that's something that helped me and that will never let me give up. So I think that's something also it can get along in a lot of things in general in life and in trouble or whatever. It can make sense in a lot of things.
That could be quite a
Trying to build up this redemption arc right at the closing chapters of Global Offensive stand one map away from a grand final in Cologne. They can take both landmarks events this year. That's a nice way for this to close out for a squad who have faced their fair share of disappointments at these types of tournaments, at the majors, and looking to show us why this is such an exciting team, that they live for
Adjust the
big
starting
stages,
position
these
of the
big
camera
moments,
in the
and
start
that the
method
stars
of the camera
can
controller.
provide when it counts.
Yeah, under heavy criticism, under scrutiny, and maybe rightly so with some of the results G2 have posted with this roster. But this Mount Rushmore of a roster towers over Astralis right now, stealing the game's home map of Ancient and goes into Inferno. Such a strong map for G2, such a heavily played map. They've got it, played more times in the bottom half of their map pool for crying out loud. So Astralis have to dig deep and show tenacity tonight. But they will fight on for it.
Oh, yeah, the mind map is that, and no, that's my mom. It's all good. That was my mom. She's cleaning up everything. But yeah, I have the mind map, and I have what ChatGPT has helped me with so far here. And now I'm just like trying to get it to center the camera on this little guy that I have here moving around.
And now he's got support. Now he's got his friends. They've all moved in and they take the line, take these firing lines to lend a helping hand. To Bora, just in the nick of time. One out of Nico Shaw. Him and JKS are going to cook up the impossible. Nico doing all he can. Nico.
Well, she doesn't live here, but she does cook a lot for me and my brother. Oh, okay. I'll tell you all about the game if you want to know. It is a player versus player battle royale. Cross-platform. At least this is the goal. You know, I don't know even know if it's going to be possible, but 2 to 128 players. You can play. You can queue solo or you can queue as a squad. And you have squad sizes of like 1 to 4. And it's basically a tactics game. But everyone sort of like makes gameplay decisions at the same time. And then there's like maybe a 3 or 4 second server tick where everyone's decisions are sent to the server and then resolved, and then everyone gets an update, and then their game state updates based on that slow server tick. So basically everyone's like it's like a really slow real-time game is the idea. And you can only do like very limited actions per tick. So I'm hoping that yeah, it's you got the idea. It's like a fast. You could say it's a very fast turn-based game, but everyone's taking their turns at the same time. So the idea is like people have time to think about like what choices they're making. But it's a game but the gameplay is like World of Warcraft or Arenas or Diablo. Like I have all the rules figured out for like movement and combat. Oh, no problem, man.
He has to be the big ticket item here for Astralis, right? Phil, ever a man who's been in this position more than once, but not to the betterment of Astralis. The TSM of the Dignitas device has fallen in the semis many times, and it may happen again if Nico keeps unleashing this beast, this raw aggression back to B, looking for a second. Fortunately, Stankos is in just in time. The smoke's come down, blocking the load of the box.
What did it say here? To make sure the player is perfectly centered in the camera, view from the start, you should adjust the starting position of the camera and the start method of the camera controller class. You could add an optional parameter, start position, to the set target method to allow setting an initial position. Okay. Like this. Game controller.
Play these retake rounds very safe, very much fired up. That's the style of play that Flex can pull, and that's even more powerful force here on Inferno. As we go down the stretch, eventually Astralis might need to attempt to spend these rounds when they're on the back foot.
Then in the grid manager class, when you setting the target for the camera controller, you can specify the initial.
Coming back the ball, letting Nico off the leash once again. First one, Nico is certainly going to take it.
Position.
Testing Stop him. Nico goes through the smoke. Success in 3 times so far. So it's up to Astralis using strong retake utility. Anchoring down the multi-field is a good grenade.
Oh my God, this is so wild. Through the molly, through the flames, not respecting the util, playing with fire, but it might be Astralis getting murdered as Nico puts another on the tally. And that's it, that's the round. 2 kills from Nico on the entry. And G2 keep it flawless to open up this T-side.
Why would they ever relent? Why would they respect? The Astralis are not going to make G2 doubt themselves. And this team is really invincible right now. Not just 3 stars showing up on that one, but Nico, the guy you require, the guy you desire to perform for G2, playing out of his mind. Now G2, now they go hunting, now they go fishing. What's out? Re-extending back into the A side, Astralis on the clock.
Right. Yeah, I plan on having, like in Diablo, you have like 6 abilities on your action bar. I'll probably have 5, and I'll let people like hot swap the abilities that they have selected in the action bar between like 20 different abilities. So I want to give people a lot of abilities to use. Because that that's kind of like World of Warcraft, you know. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to get a working prototype up and running, so I can test some of the basic, like core gameplay designs that I think are unique. See if they actually are any like fun to experience.
Look at how paranoid they've got about being. Look at how scared they are. They know they need to put a stop for G2's run on this side of the map. This is going to give Hooksy such a
Yeah. If I can make the game. Yeah, I figured I would probably need to hire somebody for. Yeah, I'll have it be free to play on Steam and free to play on like Android Marketplace, and then I'll just have like an in-game currency that you can buy to unlock some of the characters. So you'll sign. Reference script unknown on this behavior.
And he just keeps on giving. Only Hunter left now. 4v4 and the tides change. Astralis finally cook up the winning solution.
I don't know why it's so hard for
that's what it takes for Astralis to find their first. They didn't have a lot to work with in that round there. So
For
it's
ChatGPT
quite
to tell me how to
G2 never knew
center
where
the
they were
camera.
running to, right? They only saw that Deagle on the rebound
the
side.
main camera.
Device flew off his lonesome, puts up every kill required to guarantee the round for Astralis. And you've got to laugh it off. Device is just relieved. Astralis don't wait forever. How about all this time? No one in position to pick it up. G2 go back to ace into this ace site.
And coming quickly. Device is tucked into a corner here. AK primed and ready to go, but only one kill from Device. Borup in the pit is going to be the guy who's got to rise to the occasion, and he can't. Cancelled out, making plays, making moves. Astralis at 2v3. A lot of times they would look to save here. This might not be one of them. JKS not destined to meet them in middle. Astralis look like they've written this one off, just playing by the numbers again. Blame F. A very conservative game being called here, but he knows the 2v3 is so unlikely it's not worth attempting.
You're believing in your long game, you're believing in your late half, right? That you can suddenly activate, you can put these guns to good use. You can win rounds you shouldn't, but you need the guns to do it. Blame an important surviving kill. Still, G2 hold their heads high. They can buy around this. That's why the save made sense. They can drop Device in AWP. But once again, required to crack open this can of G2.
This was a big worry coming into this series. It's one thing when it's all going according to plan. It's one thing when you can cancel the game plan of the other team, but sometimes that all goes out the window when someone is just having one of those games. And for G2, there's so many candidates that embody that. Nico is very much the guy here. The second map.
Again, locked out there, but G2 just say bye-bye. They go back to Banana. Funnel into the scope.
Legendary Astralis roster. Just experienced man, and so you look at him to be the one to bring Astralis back into this game. There's one kill from his AWP, but can he need more before all is said and done? Because G2, they're unrelenting. They're coming through this smoke up into Banana now. Device is trying to make a play. Gonna rely on Stead, drawing some attention. Device and Stead combined for a killer piece. And we'll spam out Device. Playing that gets down off the boost. That gets awkward. We're going to force them wide, and now G2 are on their way to a bomb plant here. Just like I said, he wants to get involved. 2-on-3, you can't play scared, and so he's trying to make moves to win the round. He gets into this corner. Once they made it all the way through the ruins, that's what JKS has got to try and keep held down. Got to hold his nerve here. Hunter with one, and JKS alongside him, looking to lock it for G2. Just buzz left in this, and Hunter watches over him. G2 on a tear. Nothing feels impossible. Nothing feels like too much of a big ask for this squad right now. A 2v3 delivered, and they look like the favorites the whole damn time.
These cousins are killers. The Kovac is stepping up massive in this matchup. In a required match for G2 to return to fame, to return to glory, to return to form. And we have seen at their peak, at the end of last year, at the start of this one. World Finals in the Katowice, and maybe Cologne as well. That is the goal. Nothing short for G2. And in this form, they are cracking Cinderella's shoes. That Astralis dream run dying in front of us.
pressure. It's in this knee to dig deep and put a stop to beasts on the other side. First time of asking for a lot of these Astralis players. Only recently come to adore the uniform. This is a test of resilience, your ability to rise from the ashes.
Oh, it's all good, man.
Astralis might never be given that
So what do you do?
chance to set up for a
Are you,
nothing complex, but they make it look so easy. Back 10 to open, down into the pit. Flame F stands the test of time. They need a bit more out of it before all is said and done. This is the boss. He's rotating in. Bomb looking to get out now. The back of JKS.
Oh, I don't have any competitors.
Through the short side. Buzz, 1 kill to his name. And Stair finds 1 in the meantime. Nico versus Stair. Astralis hunting desperately for their second round here. To do that, they've got to take down the big bad wolf of G2, the man looking to end this fairy tale run.
Oh, cool. It's like a medical student.
30 seconds to find a player or find a bomb. He knows he's here. Nico hugs, but it's Stair who blows his house down. Astralis survive once again. They do it with pistols. Just barely.
At this point in the game, man, you've got to take whatever you can get if you're Astralis, and it's in those rounds where you feel a little freer, the pressure's a little more ease, so everything just feels weirdly more comfortable,
interesting.
even though you're on the back foot.
So are you a
sort of
doctor?
blind confidence, and that round showcases it for Astralis. Nico even baited in. I love that Stair peeked with the Eagle first, got his attention, made Nico bloodthirsty for that kill. It was only then that he decided to strike with the AWP. A very well played clutch. An intense moment. It would be very easy to get in your head if you're Stair.
Yeah, we saw some oversteps from Stair, or at least one back on the T side of Ancient. That crucial round in the end of the half where a 2v2 he swings out.
So you're
gives it away.
like a pharmacist?
And even though Stair put on a fantastic map at the end of Ancient, we need more. We need everyone on Astralis. G2 almost destined to go back to B.
Ah.
With the way
Yeah,
this
that's
game
interesting.
started. Astralis have read it well. 3-star strong hoops.
Biochemistry stuff.
Completely blind Astralis. They must surrender. Oh! Not like that. That's not supposed to happen.
And shots like that,
Really?
you just feel destined, you feel blessed.
Yeah, I could see that's like a
This
difficult
cathedral of Counter-Strike.
part of.
Nico looking to leave his mark. Through the volley, tries his hand at more aggression. Now you've just seen Nico, the guy.
Yeah, because previously doctors would prescribe drugs based on people's weight, right? But that might not be the
It's ugly. That's giving them a route in. Tour all the way down the short side. They're going to have that route to the bomb plant, and there's not a lot that Astralis can look to do. And we'll be retaking here in the 3-on-3. Oh, device. Makes the numbers back into Astralis' favour.
Yes, notice the horrible thing here. Very low as well. Not to finish
Nice.
the kill late. To make his ball time to do the brain middle.
Yeah, I probably have to be careful with that line of work because you don't want people to overdose or
hiding out back of the bomb site, named Lance
not
to
get enough of
perfection, and
the
Brain will
drug.
finish the job. Astralis again combine for a close and keep themselves in this CT side. It's what the saves were made for.
It's also a bit of a turning point because this marks the first time that Astralis have been successfully able to retake a bomb site in the game so far. Everything else has either been winning to kill straight up, you deny them at that first push, or they were left saving. That's how the bulk of these rounds have gone down. A bomb gets planted and Astralis can't even justify attempting it, but something changes there.
With it on the retake, Device tipped the scales and gave them the confidence to
Right.
move in.
Well, with the game we've seen and the way it's played
Yeah,
out,
gotta do
this player
something.
doesn't even feel
Keep
weak
you
for
busy.
G2 because one gun can do it. Definitely two. Got the bloodthirsty as ever. Like full belt, waits for a fight. Or reforce it.
Pick and choose your battles carefully here if you're G2. You're trying to get as much of the util out as they can over towards B.
Hey, remember both these rifles very low. He's spotted them, saw them right below the smokestairs, calling into the unknown, and Nico fights back. Oh, he's lost it. Players swap sides in the smoke. And Odyssey comes through the kill. Is it enough? Astralis are here at the door.
Watching Spawn spamming away, one kill. And that's enough to bring Astralis back into this round. A lengthy flank up through Banana can start to come into fruition now. Device moving in.
Grid controller CS number 79.
Look to close the net now. With JKS dead, Hunter's got to do it alone. This is not easy. They see him. And Device
And it's
goes
saying
running.
some offset value is not
A
defined.
second successful retake for Astralis. And the nature of the game starts to change now as they close this gap.
Gotta give it to them for staying in this map with the way it began. The
Bye.
devastation that Nico delivered. How clean these opening few rounds were from G2. How lost in the source Astralis looked. The job is far from done. But the
Lanarkite
necessities
mineral?
of
No, no, I haven't heard about it.
recovery is here. And Astralis built
It's like
upon it.
better than
G2, no hero gun to save them today. But maybe a hero instead.
I mean, I don't know much about electricity or
Will find his way in over towards B. Play there.
hardware. What is it? What is that?
G2 in. Chase down, play there, and put a lot of damage on the spray. G2 are not able to punish this. Unable to get a trade. JKS could find something here. It's going to hinge on timings. Timings he is not aware of. Just hold his ground over in the apartments to fight for Device to win out.
It can
And now
run at
you don't
room
have to worry
temperature.
about this bomb coming back to A. This all might accomplish very little
Oh,
for G2
wow.
here. As Astralis look to build back in, they take a flawless round, spearheaded by the captain.
It like doesn't heat up.
And a representation
With electricity
of the
going through it?
Astralis has shown in this last
Or it
couple, right? It
does
has
get
been
hot,
The two
but-
heavy hitters, the two old boys, experienced players of Flame and Device that have put up multi-kills.
I mean, you probably don't want it to like
Astralis
melt
in this
whatever you have it
side.
running
Device
through
running
or
away with the AWP.
make
Flame
people's
with
houses
the
catch on
with a
fire.
multi-kill. G2 have still got a very strong half on this T side, but the momentum is shifting, it is swinging. They don't want to give away a streak this hefty, 4 in a row for Astralis. G2 burn a lot of util at the top of B, and they get limited space from it. Back to green pastures.
LK99 superconductor.
JKS not hyperactive in the apartments.
Could be revolutionary. It's supposed to be a perfect superconductor. Help nuclear fusion become a reality. Wow.
Must come down to once again this bombsight hit for G2.
Isn't just Nobel Prize territory. If you patented it, it's incalculable value, essentially.
You don't have that third gun to offer up answers.
Yeah, but whenever something like that pops up, you know, it's too disruptive to the current industry, and you know, whoever discovered it like mysteriously disappears and all his research is destroyed. You know, like Tesla and Edison kind of thing.
You see the name you're up against, you know
But who
what
knows,
this guy
maybe,
is capable of, and so Borup cannot doubt himself for
maybe it'll-
even a second here. Cuts off all the info. Falls silent. Borup on the bomb. Borup on the bomb.
It will revolutionize our way of life.
So that's how
That's
Astralis
cool.
look to level this game up. What if you never give Nico the fight?
The balls of this kid to go for the stick in an arena, his first against one of the best to ever do it with a right ball.
Dude, like Nico there, I think it's such fair game that he doesn't peek. You're thinking Borup is in his head. You're thinking he feels that pressure. There is no way he sticks a bomb. There is no way he holds that defuse. Nico was counting on Borup doubting himself, and Borup never did.
In just a few rounds in a row, Astralis changed the nature of the map we're watching.
The precedent set early on was if G2 got a bomb site, if G2 got the bomb planted, they won the round. But that precedent has changed.
G2 with bombs. Never let them down before.
3 retakes in the last 5 on this streak for Astralis.
Oh, of course. And that's the most passive opener for Nico as well, right? He's been moving up into that cubby or banana every single round, or chasing top with a deep smoke. This time he waits, he reads the swing, and Stare gives it to him. So another reflection into a 5-on-4 and Borup maybe the next 4, because Marcy's found him with a pixel shot. One of the first goals we've seen in this T side. He was flying out into the sight, and Marcy doesn't need it as he takes down the Vice.
Time for Modesty to find its impact in this series, right? You kind of feel that Nico started to get cancelled out across these last few rounds, wasn't finding those same openings, wasn't winning the same clutches. So that's when you have to go down the roster. The star-studded roster for G2. The timing couldn't be better, right as Astralis are having the second win. Modesty comes out with a big round. No scope onto Device. And now for G2, at the bare minimum, they've won out the half, but they're looking to sweeten the deal here. They want to try and remove these guns right at the end. One gun out, just Buzz left. He looks good to get away. They might just find him, but he's going to survive with that M4 intact. That's something for Astralis here in the final round of this first half.
Yeah, it certainly has consequences here. There's going to be max 3 M4s. I can't drop one over, so suboptimal for Astralis. For the Vice. And Modesty finally makes his sing. Not every day you do that to the Vice. G2, a moment where it felt like they were lost, lacking. They're now picking back up the pace.
Molly forces Nico to take a swing here. He's fine with that. And he likes it, he thanks them for it. That Molly pushed him forward. That Molly beckoned him in. Next to 5v4 for G2. They pump the brakes, they slow it down. Give Astralis a taste of their own medicine here. As they go back to the drawing board, grouping up over in the middle. Hunter, he was fantastic in the opening match for this semi-final. And he can find something over towards Clark. He's looking to make this happen for G2. One man still to beat in the A-hold. It's Borup tucked in.
Apologies.
Tries to get ahead of it.
Let's try to approach it a different way.
More opportunities for Hunter to
Instead of
get
adding an
involved
offset
as he moves
to
through
target
this
measure,
smoke.
let's
That
add an offset to the target position directly in the camera controller script. Please modify the late update method in your camera controller.
A moment of doubt, a moment of opportunity for the Danes, but G2 still coming swinging at the end of the half. Just got to put a lid on it. 2 frags away. There's Astralis group back up in the middle. Marcy hears the footsteps. Come hunting, come hounding, and come knifing, but it's denied by Device. It won't cost them a thing. Nico's here to ensure the round could not get weird, and Device will not be given the opportunity nor satisfaction. Right at the end of the half, pollution in the night sky blocks out the stars of Astralis, and G2 are only rounds away from the grand finals of Cologne.
How we doing, Cologne? I'm here with a critical sideline update because the beer snake is reaching critical mass here in the Lanxess Arena. Look at this monstrosity. Woo! There may be some structural integrity issues here. There may be some questions about how large it can go. But I see it self-sustaining right now. New cups are being introduced into the fold all the time. Now I know you're an Astralis fan here. You think they can still do it? I'm hurt, man. I'm really hurt. He's hurting. But there's something of solace here in the cup snake. We got the G2 on the hat. What's the counter up to? It's an idea counter. That's today? It's yesterday as well. Okay, we got the 2-day total. 25 though. Putting up good numbers. How much of this cup snake is just you? I think like 10 or 12. 10 or 12. There we go. Moving through, moving on by the snake. It just keeps going, folks. There's no end in sight. Come on, can we hear it from the snake? It just doesn't end. It just doesn't end. Who started the snake? Who started it? This man right there is signaling to me. No. Over there? Oh my God, this thing is ridiculous. All right, you started it? Right here. Hold on. We're going back. You're the progenitor of the snake over here, right? What inspired this beautiful art creation?
It all started with the sleeping giant, and we wanted to know how high we can get this tower, and escalate quickly.
Turns out, pretty high is the answer. Who are you pulling for in this match?
For G2.
Pulling for G2? You want to leave one chair? Can I get a let's go G2? G2! Let's go G2! What about Astralis? Are the faithful still there? Let's hear it one more time for the beer snake!
Nico believes his calling is to be in that grand final tomorrow. He sits top in the charts right now, 20 kills deep and spearheading this run for G2 through the semi-final. Astralis, there were a couple of glimmers in there towards the end. They embarked on a 5-round streak, but cut down and cut short in its prime, leaves them wanting. They've got a big T-side ahead of them, and Blame F better have some serious ideas cooked up here on how to save the day.
His performance has been there, no doubt, across the entire playoff run. Device right by his side, and Buzz silent in comparison to his performance against the Danes of Heroic. Was it a flash in the pan? Was it a one-trick pony? And Astralis ride their way back into this BO3 and relies on a pistol.
The little Braves have often fared well, but not in this round.
Okay.
Aura and Buzz are the ones to kickstart this for Astralis. This is often the case. Blameth does not like to keep it as simple as just go on the back of these openers. Now comes the trickery. Now comes the tomfoolery from Blameth.
Despite Danish in-game leaders flashing back at B, Astralis don't seem interested in returning to that early slight. Buzz drops in, and Monacy drops him loud and deadly.
Blame can't die here. He's like their only thing that gives them any stake over this B site, and so he won't. Brings out with a kill on a Hooksy back at the spawn. Just like that, Astralis are on their way with pistol round bomb planted and a 2v4. Nico and Monacy are the ones still left in this though.
Possible.
The stars that burn the brightest, going out the quickest. Monacy falls, and now Nico is going out the quickest. Blameth silences him, and it's another.
I like the commentary.
What?
I like the spirited European electronic sports league commentary.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know. I think I'm calling it like Dungeon Champions for the moment. I might call it like Grand Battle Champions. Yeah, just a working title. Yeah, the game. It's like the band. Well, I'm gonna turn off the stream now. It was nice talking to you, dude.
Uh,
Eats the smoke.
Yeah, something like that. Some made up names. All right, man. Peace out.